Um, I'm starting to feel a bit ill from Oreos. Mm-hmm. And then go over. Okay, I'm getting haunted. This is fine. Hmm. 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 Let me. What's the switch? We have. Hmm. I do want to. I would do unite, but like ugh, don't think I want to. I don't think I want to do unite right now. Do we do Genshin? My daily's reset. We'll do Genshin early. Um, it is Genshin. Um, hmm. Because there's at least like enough in Genshin I can do. Like I've barely started the most recent quest. Yeah, thank you for like lurking today. I do very much appreciate it. Considering how long the stream has been, and I've only dropped 122 frames. That's pretty good. Let me close Steam. Don't need like that tab open. The Lo-Fi back on whilst we wait for Genshin to load. Mm, mm. If she like, okay, there it is. Mm, mm, uh, 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 where is game? I don't know if it's a game. It's a window capture we do for this. Yeah, they're at window capture. Um, and then oh, oh yeah. Okay, I'm glad I've you know turned the lights off. Like I'm not using the camera because that sudden flash of white was just like. Oof. Um, I kind of wish I'd taken that shower, but I'm also kind of glad I didn't. It's like I mentioned earlier, I think if I had that shower, I would just be like, no, I'm comfy now. Like I don't. I think it would just feel weird, like sitting down and be like, cool, we're still streaming, and I'm wait. Um. Okay. And just loading. Yeah, we have the Mecha Melee. We have Lumia's Quest. We can do. We've got a few things that we can at least be like, okay, we have that to do. We have this to do. We have this to do. We have that to do. We have things we can do in this. Oh. Ah. Okay, we're all done with the Euros. Euros done. I do think an entire pack was probably overkill though. Okay, I'm just gonna cut the low fine. Oh, okay. What's my resin looking like? Went away. Okay, I did what I did. Like I mentioned earlier, like I loaded this up super quick before the start of the stream because I go up, do my dailies. Yeah, I forgot to my dailies, so it's like, oh shit. No, I'm gonna do those. My expeditions on them. Fine. The mega mecha melee. Which is why I'm also stopping my pulls. We've been over 2 at the moment. I think I want a Yelan, but as it is, the likelihood of us getting Yelan is slim because we won the last 3 50-50s. We won the last 3 50-50s. 2 of those have been before 60. So, like, I feel like we'd just be like wasting stuff. Plus, I don't super want D6 Bennett. Like, our Bennett is C4 at the moment. We get another one through the melee thing. Yeah, we get another one through the melee thing. So I don't super want to risk it. What's the Farmer Touch hunting thing? So we don't need that right now. Yeah, thank you for bearing with us. We just bounce game. It's very much I'm kind of playing what I feel like because I don't do that. They'll descend into chaos. If I start to be like, oh yeah, let me just play this or let me play that. But at least they're keeping it reasonable. Okay, say we might doing this now. Probably do this until about 9 a.m. Might like 3 hours of Warframe. Yeah, about 3 hours of Warframe. So we can grind out some relics of Barracuda. We have Xyz floating around. We have the login rewards tomorrow. Um, it's just like a suit, like a cosmetic suit for the Drifter. Not like loads. Just I feel like I should have maybe left the oh jeez. Just me being like, oh yeah, like I think my brain is still in 14 mode. My brain is still in 14 mode. I'm just like, oh yeah, use the mouse and keyboard, and it's just like, hang on a minute, wrong game. Yeah, it's very much just like, oh, wrong thing. Come on, game. I should miss the fact I'm streaming this as well. It's always kind of, it always feels a bit laggy. Like, character switching, things like that. Me. Like I said, we have OBS open, we have Mix It Up open, we have Livebox open. I also don't think I'm using this Fontaine sword on... I think I should probably use it on someone else, because I don't think it really works on Jincho. Like, I don't know if it... Like, I don't know if, like, Shinjo's DPS is really any different. Yeah, I don't think it's really what a bit on Jincho.
We'll see about that. No, my sword.
Like, I only put subbed in Iona because of the fact she can actually, heal a substantial amount. It's just like, what, with the sword, you get that, like, Bond of Life thing. Yeah, what does this work? Yeah, when using elemental skill, attack will be increased by 12% for 15 seconds, and a Bond of Life worth 25% of max HP will be granted. Effect can only can be triggered once every 10 seconds. When the Bond of Life is cleared, so you have to heal yourself. Maximum 150 attack will be gained based on 2.4% total amount life bond cleared last 15 seconds. So yeah, I don't really understand how it works. Like, so I think I'm probably better off going back to, what we had, which is just the sack sword. That's 410 with 55% energy recharge. It's 404 with more attack damage. Yes, this is overall more raw DPS, but this is, with the chance of being able to reuse the skill, considering Jincho is sometimes the only healer, and it means that higher energy recharge, so we can actually use his burst more often. Okay, well, nobody's here, so guess we'll leave. Next, I know the only way of clearing the bond is by healing or Was it through healing or through Statue of the Seven? Showing, I guess, it's healing, kind of. Mm, mm, mm. No, my brain is doing that ADHD thing of just like, oh, distracted. Like, I definitely feel that.
Time to act.
I definitely feel like it maybe gets a bit worse, like especially at times like this, where it's just like, okay, brain is already kind of loopy, and now she's getting loopier. Um, oh, we need to make sure to like we have what like 5 condensed resin.
Rain outlines your fate.
And I ended up using the rest of my condensed resin. Like, I think today, like for my resin, I think I fought the Pyro Edge's farm. We did the Electro Hyperstasis twice. And the other 40 I just used in the I just used to make weapon stuff. So just say no, I am running late. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I wanna do enough of like a bit of the Fontaine story so we can at least like unlock the dailies here. Um yes, we can at least unlock doing like dailies here and we can get the reputation board. I haven't done my reputation stuff for this week. Yeah, I've done my reputation stuff this week. I haven't done like, my reputation stuff, my bounties. Like some of the weekly stuff I am saving for, yeah, like I'm saving for Fontaine. So I kind of have to do enough to actually unlock it. Like Zephy said it was long, so I'm just like, ugh. We're gonna have to do it eventually, so no time like the pheasant. Oh, there she is.
Know my sword. To wait for regret.
Behold!
Oh, nice and easy. Yeah, one standard wish. What's the probability that we get garbage? Um, the last 5. When was the last 4-star? Um, 5. Okay, I think we're close to another 4-star. Either get it on this one or the next one. So that's 5. No, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 39. Okay, so 39 to go coaching. Okay, 4-star. Kirara? God, imagine if that was better. I would have probably just like shit my ass. Okay, that's all. That's fine. That's maxed out for me, right? She, yeah, there she is. Yeah, we just kind of have like a reserve of other bits down here. Just like, well, we don't need these, but we're just hoarding them for now. Fantasy. Rearrange my spine super quick. No, I don't really have anything to say. Let me just key. Just to give me like a charge of consciousness. At least Genshin as well. Like I can be like a little bit quieter. Like, ooh, I'm going to zone out for a bit.
Add Astro.
Yeah.
Thank
Thanks.
you for complete.
Welcome to your applesauce here.
The wind rises.
Yeah, you can move through this way. Yeah, we do have an ad starting in like 45 seconds. Ultra blue cheese, bear with.
Behold.
You. Oh,
Quit following me.
oh, Lemonade.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
The orphans?
Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Hey,
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Lady sure seems to have a big family.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's right. You can go ahead.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
No.
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Okay.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
Right, just put on a headband, like I keep messing with my hair.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead, let me.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Your pocket materials.
Relax.
Okay, here we go. This way.
Swarm Fury.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the workshop.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for started making, what were they called again?
Pizza pockets.
These must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
For a down payment?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Well, sure.
This machine we
Money and
used to make
entertainment.
stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
Oh.
Where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you.
In leyline terms?
Basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
I hope I never have to say that name.
So that's what its other function is?
Good
I heard
lord.
that the oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Oh, well, Venti and Nahida both said.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called msha.
Oh,
It isn't
weird.
produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Kill him.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Want to kill him.
Hey, hold on. Before
Oh,
you go
hey,
around
child.
trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Nice of you to
Ah,
rejoin the
you're
story.
from, Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Just seem to run into a lot of friends today. Fontaine is really a curious place.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
Oh,
Either way
great.
you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Right.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
You've been here 10 minutes. We're already enough withered enough storms name. You ran into Fossil. She wants to
Hey,
kill us.
You, Northland Bank boy.
Thanks to trial.
Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
Yes.
Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tooser ice fishing, Tooser said,
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Okay, sure.
I'm sure this won't take long.
That's you? No, combat. Okay.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
I'm still very whelmed by child combat.
Ugh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Oh, the vision's
Now's my
broken.
chance!
What an underwhelming plunge. But,
Huh. That was weird.
what just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
I use your delusion too often.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Pregnant.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
Well, there's power. You hear where it came from.
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
The
It was during that
abyss.
time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
Right.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Impossible. The power inside you is connected to your instant in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
Dead. Dead or missing.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Okay, missing.
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
And no, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. Fontaine,
Job.
before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Of course you are.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
She was with Puzzle.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision?
It's a fake vision.
You're just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it
But
could
it's a real
become
vision.
uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. We might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Okie dokie. With Paimon's enthusiastic leadership, you walk around the court of Fontaine.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blurt out, Paimon. It's rude to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading. No idea how long you've been waiting here.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the aqua bus.
We get to the aqua bus from here.
Too slow.
Come on, Teletubby, teleport us over there.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera at Eclairs. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
It's weird.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
You say something, my mom.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Probably. I'm sleep deprived. Strange. His voice was that just now.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
By the way, Lynette, when you were saying voice
What do
just
you
now,
mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
it seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
Whenever I watch Everything Everywhere All at Once.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Helpful.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
It's an interesting explanation. I don't know whether I buy it though.
So, what did the voice say?
Calling somebody's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to the opera. I don't think I have enough of these, do I? 27. It's 30 per thing. Yeah, 'cause I found out the other day that I could interact with the fountain without doing the plot. So I had like 10 levels worth. I had like 300 something. So okay, cool. We'll load of these at once. Oh. Yeah, I think we can at least do this first bit today. And then, like, see if we can do like some of the reputation stuff.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Thanks.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Linny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an
Sip.
issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Still tastes like cold brew. Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Oh, if anything, it should keep me slightly peppier. Oh. Are we done? Sorry. Okay, I've already been here. Came here the other day. You discover you can't climb the walls. I was thinking, oh, maybe there'll be like a chest in one of these. Yeah, as far as I can tell, no. I think we end up using Wanderer.
The wind rises.
Go over there. I saw somebody familiar.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Oh, hey, Nuvola. Nuvola. I don't know how to pronounce it yet. You haven't heard his name in the game yet. Well, I haven't.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Not usually your job.
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
My character's basically
Excuse me,
new, so...
I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about?
Getting even more awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it.
It's a theory that
You're
this guy's a
also
dragon,
here
right?
early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Yeah, I think that people think he is the elemental dragon.
Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Nervillet?
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance.
I'm never going to remember how that's pronounced.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No
Nudge my blinds.
taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Oh, hey girl.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Let's have to impress.
She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right. Please wait just
Worsties.
a moment longer.
Each other.
I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
At edge the venue, curtains open for the show to begin.
Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Eating is awful.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Would fit twice as many chairs, though.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera
I mean,
Epiclese.
room for snacks, I
am the
guess.
star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
That's not a good start.
Good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
I'm pretty sure this doesn't go well.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully.
I mean, this is still
With
part of the show.
rain, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Naked.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Okay then.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Hyman didn't see him do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Hyman couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still
Yep,
my
it is
assistant
awful.
after all.
Or
In
per
which
bit.
case, I have ample
16
time to
and
make
on.
all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
How much people seem to
Please,
love the...
if my assistants could
This
bring
seems
out
to be
the
like, what,
magical
like a
boxes
quarter of the
now.
populace? If
There
not
are
half.
2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
Trapdoor.
Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow!
Trapdoor,
How's
I'm
he
guessing.
gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Probably gonna have to watch.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate.
We've talked about how random it is too much. It's not random at all.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the
It's a 7
chance
and a
to
3.
experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Dude.
Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59,
Doing that.
58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
I'm sure Lenny's prepared.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together.
No.
Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Huh?
I want
Why
chill.
aren't you counting, Neverlet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38!
Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
All part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
The stage.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it. 25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Lenny? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time. 10! Almost there now. 8! Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Okay. Lenny. Yeah, what about the audience member? Oops.
What happened?
Oh. A murder most foul has occurred. Or a tragic accident related to murder.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
To pull it off like this, read the audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
He's a suspect. It's hard to believe what's happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges. But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linney, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Trust Linney.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linney's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser.
Right.
And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
It's even a
I
duel.
understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
We are not qualified for this, but I guess I don't have a choice.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed. The audience begins to leave, along with Rena and Nicolette.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yes, it is very strange. There's no time what happened.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Glances.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
What
Don't
money?
worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Please don't.
Yes, thank you so much.
Won't let you down.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Right.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Okay.
Let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case.
Right. Thanks, Detective.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
The Linny and Lynette's attorney.
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
What's Cal inside? Wasn't the girl supposed to be in there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say
Know
we're
him.
good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
20 minutes.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
Always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Fuck. Oh, you can use the case record on your current evidence clue collection situation, sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence, clues in the case record, and then investigate the corresponding areas to locate them. Use a perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself to advance your overall progress. Okay. Identity. Howl. I feel like this isn't going to be the first time we're doing this. Howl went inside the box at that moment. What is the falling water tank? No. Okay. Fontaine.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine...
Okay, God's investigation report.
Machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
We have to keep wearing that pipe. Complete their investigation. Looking at it now, the war team has struck really hard.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern. Oh.
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Just look at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Means you flammable, like a flash core.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Grease.
Hello there! What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Who tells who she is?
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Singer?
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna, like, if we see her, I'm just gonna ignore
So
it.
we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Like, what do you think I'm gonna do, you muppet?
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it, it all started with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I just didn't.
I'm of the opinion that it
attention.
may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Oh, then wouldn't the water tank start just swinging in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Strange sound during the magic show. I am also pulling up a guide for this because I'm aware that there is like a lengthy bit of this later on. But there's a lengthy bit of this quest. So. But I want to make sure that we're, like, you know,
Lenny's still talking to the guards.
not stuck.
Seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Okay, at least we can leave.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Oh, hey.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Natural Geo character.
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
So she's a mob boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
You want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how
conclusion.
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Sure.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that...
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Not always.
And why would that be?
I think it makes it easy for the truth to fall to the wayside. By the wayside, something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Yoki?
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Missing the point, Paimon. You would agree then.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
Yay.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the
Hang
talker,
on, I'm gonna
aren't you,
leave the chair a
mister?
bit.
And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Yeah. Bit too high, maybe.
Alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
And we still go with this.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
Well, not during the show.
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
next to the opera house. So cute.
Just everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
I'll eat you a danger bowl.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
She's the only person who has a geovision this side of
Sorry.
Leeway,
Got a little carried away
this side
there.
of Fontaine.
Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole
Considering no one in Sumeria has one.
And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Go to mute tab.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Yeah, I kind of figured there was...
Huh?
Yeah.
Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box,
Kind of-
prepared specifically for this
I kind of
switcheroo
figured.
trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
Back of the door is the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden
Didn't even
board.
notice.
So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Another box inside this box.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
This passage links the two boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon
Figured
as
there
you
was some
saw this
sort of
place.
underground
The two
passage because of
magic
the timing.
boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I feel like a ladder would be easier than moving an entire box thing.
Purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
A ladder, a trapdoor would have just been easier.
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Okay, because you're trying to keep the illusion up for the audience member as well. What about your side of the trick?
Right. You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end.
Good for Lenny.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
Okay, yeah, just a speaker.
My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite
Japanese
box
curry
via
rice,
tunnel
nice.
using that ladder.
And what about
Yeah, so
Lynette?
let me use the ladder.
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, you're in France. Yeah, we are in France.
That's how we were able to coordinate
French
Lily's
justice.
lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
Yeah, we're doing the actual like Archon quest because if I don't like I need to do this to start doing the reputation stuff. So it's less of a oh I want to do this now, more of a case of oh if I don't do this now it's gonna take longer.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked.
How are we holding up, G-Spot? I am feeling a little bit
Detail
like
you revealed was more amazing than the last.
I've nearly finished my tea. I have to make another one soon. It's a lot was put into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off.
You know, I figured it out, but like
To think that someone was able
they
to use this
undercomplicated
magic
it.
trick to commit a crime.
Le smoochie, wee wee baguette.
I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of
pretty
course,
cool,
no need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin
Just France with magic. I forgot I had that until like just now. It's like everything. Magic trick, sage magic box structure, audience side magic box structure. Yeah, okay, so we're kind of helping these guys on trial. Like basically Lily and Lynette had a magic trick where like they had they had one box on the stage and one box in the audience. They asked an audience member to be like, hey, get in the box. You should just play the whole time you're in Fontaine. Yeah. Yeah, so like they yes, they're just like, right, okay. Linny goes in the one on the stage, an audience member goes in the one in the audience, and then after a minute they'll sort places. Linny just explained that like the audience member's box, which is this side, would get lowered down. Also, like so there was like an inner box and an outer box. The inner box in this side, it drop down, go this way, get replaced in the one in the stage. And then Linny would just be like, you know, like run like the opposite way and kind of get into the box. There. Yeah, that didn't happen. The assistant that was helping on the stage ended up inside the box and was crushed to death. And the woman who went in the box in the audience is now missing. So yeah, we are essentially now lawyers. We are ace attorneying this shit.
What's this?
With the first Geo character to be introduced into the game since fucking Inazuma.
There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Like Sumeri didn't have one at all. Yeah, we're being helped by a Geo MILF.
It was a prop for a different trick.
Geo MILF.
But why would it have been left here?
Steampunk Geo MILF. That sounds like the name of something else, but I can't think of what.
Whatever it is.
The sun is rising. Oof. Rope. Yes, we can't do any of our reputation stuff, bounties, until we've done this. We kind of have to, you know, do this now. It's like, well, those are weekly. See, I kind of need to do them now, or otherwise it just won't happen.
Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
It was for the trick.
Oh, hi, my nose. It's one of where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Okie dokie. Well, vase. Okay. Somebody sneaky.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
They did mention because having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Young lady's clothes. Yeah, she got okay, so she got naked. Invented Among Us.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent Among Us.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Need like an Among Us
This
sound or
has
something.
been the suspect's escape route?
Like that one.
Alone, perhaps. But if
The
they
one-
had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
The one Among Us. Fine, where it's just like Among Us. Like a guy sees like a little Among Us doll. He's like Among Us, and he just like throws it into a ceiling vent. I need that sound. Okay, we'll add that to the list. Those that go through the magic boxes. I didn't even know we're in the 2 magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
I don't want to be a lawyer anymore. This is... Ugh.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
The surface.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
Hidden vent. Seems so.
The plot thickens. Howell's
Chickens.
disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Retreat will do.
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will.
But they all go to
and is a
jail.
judge in
Not
its own
that.
right.
This also precludes any kind of
Horny jail.
favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Action 18.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Oh.
I'm concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
That's not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Come on.
Just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Hey, what?
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Where are you hiding these eggs?
Good work, you two.
Don't answer that.
Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be Spina de Razula thing. Alvia methodically handles the ingredients, pulls fresh macarons out of the oven.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
Just
Doing the entire
baggage.
beating the egg whites, grinding almonds.
I love how people in Genshin just cook elaborate meals like nothing. Yeah.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking.
Yeah, like how you can bulk meat, roast chicken.
Beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
It's not eat.
Don't underestimate beating.
She didn't say
egg
eat
whites, by the way.
hot shit
It's a
and,
real arm
you know, be
workout.
bisexual.
You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway,
It's meat, right?
it's a try.
No.
Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each
We would
of
only
us.
know one thing, and it's, you know, eat hot chip and be bisexual.
Well, eating too many
That was a
sweet treats
that was a
might send all
huge
that sugar
macaron
to your
slaughter.
head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
They're, you know, like some macarons are like, bite-sized, like 2 bites.
Favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Do you like a black tea?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then.
Good
Down
lord.
to business. As Paimon
As if he
mentioned
said this was a
previously,
long
the
edge.
tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we
can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with two other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
She had no way of knowing the magic trick worked.
That's right.
How it
And
worked.
even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Fine if you... Fine. Weigh them. Yeah.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you?
She ate.
Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons. Then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
There's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Give more.
Wow, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Hey, something else. Third person being involved. Until 8 AM. Yes. Oh boy, 8 AM. No, it's 6:17. Wait an entire ass day. Okay. Time for justice. Oh.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
You have some thought.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Sorry. Smack the microphone.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
I mean,
To be honest, you
Sure.
might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
First of all,
That was to
just
be expected, of
Nessie,
course.
she wants
The
drama.
guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
She lives
But don't
for
let that
the drama.
stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident,
It's
could we
Noctis.
please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Then he clearly reveals the details of the match trick. They want to
Thank
do
you,
it.
Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
She just wants drama.
That is
She is
simply your
messy.
hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Messy.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Really don't know about that sound.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the orchesis stance of the trial, so it's leaning towards Farina.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me,
aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth? The House of the Hearth?
Chewy?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute.
You did.
Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, all-nighters.
Why didn't you tell us this before?
But Lenny and Lynette are Chewy.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
No doubt about our magician's ability on others. Yeah, Lenny is concealed to the shape. All will be set up beforehand. Child is here in Fontaine along with other house operatives. Some scheme work here. Being a victim of such schemes before. Now.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
The client has withheld some key information and cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a briefing short but things must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Postal just wants drama. Like, no, I don't care if they're guilty or not. She just wants drama. Is you
Well,
good?
This is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Jepsen.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have that as a sound. Love that emo.
I just knew where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. as many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face.
They have been trying to help
I
them this
knew if
time.
it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
How can we know this is all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Okay.
Well, you both say that, but...
Find the other issue first. Where do you actually go while the trick is being formed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
Lenny vented.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Curious.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I think we're stuck doing this. I believe in the fact that we don't even go options. I will defend you from these charges. I believe the judgment will be dispensed as should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Essentially, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The Jordan swords almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
You say, man. The voice in the Oratrice core chamber. I do have a guide for like how to do the trial because this is gonna take a while. Otherwise.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
To the opposition's account of the event, identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to review any erroneous attestations of fate, effect, replacement with new appearances. Use your reputations to as the audience obtain more support from the people. The oratories will display such shifts clearly. When you find a refute or incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. I feel like it would be better if it was the other way around, considering Linny's raid and, you know, Farina's in blue.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Objection!
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
Digger digger. Any statement did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Then he kidnapped Halsey. Not right. Place in the oratories.
Linny went to the room that contains the oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Linny did not knock Carol out. This was the young girl's clothes.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Why can't I display those?
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
Oh yeah. Successful refutation. Eat my ass, Farina.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The on-stage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. Why do you say that Carol bumped into Lenny by chance?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh,
I hope you're good, Navia.
Your denial
You
is
just all, yeah.
very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
You happen to remember we refuted Lenny's alibi initially.
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he
These
have
ones
not heard
yelling
that
at each
sound?
other,
Why do you ask?
screaming at each other
that he
across the thing.
wasn't.
Him has now become my weapon. This was critical. Rude. Choose the most reasonable thing. Oh shit. Information about the missing lady's identity. Just the evidence that Lenny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place. The strange sound?
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Murder. Pause. Select gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. The answers and fill all the empty areas to verify the correctness of your deduction. Any mistakes? You must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you've answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. As investigation report indicates the fire was released near the end of the show, ignited and burned the rope spinning water tank above the stage. As the water tank to fall and kill Carol in the box below. Lenny is no longer under suspicion, and only the other members of the troupe have been able to tamper with the props. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside of the box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also be in this use this tunnel to get to the other side. Being changed her outfit, Annette and her assistant would take charge from on-stage interact. Those belonged to Halsey. The lady who went missing were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Select any clue.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
A Carol is the third
Halsey
person.
is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Okay. we envisage Lenny as being able to, unable to do crime.
No one entered or left the opera. The sound we heard may have... It would have been tough for both people to fit in. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
How can I prove there was a location in the tunnel? Strange sound.
The sound we heard may have come...
Is the crime suspect currently? Deceased identity.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have...
Where did the missing Halsey go?
It would have been tough for both people. The sound we heard may have come... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so no one entered or left. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the...
Okay, none of the above. I must have understood the methods behind Lenny's magic trick. Must have been in a position to easily modify them. Leaving aside how he died, Carol had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. Strange noise could likely have been the sound of Carol and Halsey struggling. He was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This could have given time for Carol to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered the opera house. So even if he had taken it, there's no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, which guaranteed that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Yeah.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Why did you see him from the water tank? Hey, did you in the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient?
You're sopping mess on the floor
There is
somewhere.
no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold it. Objection.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
The bomb.
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Just be examining Cal's personal effects.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
I mean, he is dead. He's not gonna mind.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Okay.
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
Just no.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Okay. Who's the prime suspect currently? Well, it's Cowell.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Looking to the culprit used to control the timing of the dissolution. Hook rope.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
sure that eventually I just put away the drops from the No Man's Sky thing. He's just all, we'll see.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Stop. I can do the copy used by the mechanism. Right. What do you... Oh?
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Almost like I'm using a guide for this.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links
There's
together
a murder.
more confusing pieces of evidence.
Was an accident. Covered up a murder.
Oh dear.
We didn't even know it happened.
Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Yes.
What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Haunted.
What?
That can't be.
That's the plot.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Get to it, folks. All.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
Yep.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
Looking at the guide saying, showing how we can make a rebuttal.
Is this the end of the road?
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move... excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on, don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick, one that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
Sure. You don't.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
I'm
To
confused.
be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl.
J'accuse.
I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hang on.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
Then he died.
There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
The practice hand of concealment, probably. Fishman of Thief would make it work.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time to review the Hydra Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Bing. Winnie into the tunnel thing. An option. Yeah. As he dissolved, let's try that.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Fight between Linny and Carol. Oh. They.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell.
Linny knocked Carol out. It's not true anymore.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
We gaslight gatekeep girl boss this.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box.
And put her in the closet.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Yay. Thing?
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
He shock sound.
That's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
What if I get the feeling this whole story is going to be just jury duty?
Now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, The box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house.
Okay.
As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Hey.
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Imagine if the Oratrice was just like, nah, bitch. Hey, but the 4-star. That's only 3-star.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Imagine if Nouvellette pulled that out and it just said, "Postal bitch." Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
It's not been just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Wanted.
Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Accused.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
And now he can no longer talk.
And that. I suppose he.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous
anger
act.
she.
All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh, they even put the mecha. However, nothing is found on the scene above the liquid left behind after the form dissolved. God, if he was right, that was that. This is going to be long.
We're just going back now?
So it's just solved. Being solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
Maybe it's your besties.
let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
Didn't want to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
I might just be stranger though.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Oh no.
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna...
Please say murdered, because this feels like it's gonna get exceptionally dark for Genshin. Like, this feels like it could get really dark. Content warning, I guess.
But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
I don't know how I feel about this.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Not even for Genshin standards. This is pretty dark.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I think we can trust them.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Gucci. We Gucci.
Bye, Linny.
Maybe think about it to Lynette. She's just there. That got kind of wild pretty fast. Oh, hey, Nalvia.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
It's really I'm trying to defend Lenny. I wasn't necessarily looking into serial disappearance cases.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Really making a punishment of that.
And we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
Like, hey, there's a Geo character. We want you to know.
Mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
If you say so.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
I'm a little bit sussy about her, Navia. Like, the fact that they kind of had that, thing about like, oh yeah, like, calling out calling out Navia at a boss. I'm a little bit sussy about her now. But she's a Geovision. I don't think they'd make her like a bad guy. Like even Child is like kind of neutral, I guess. I think there's something here. I feel like there's something not quite, like something kind of suspicious about Navia. In the game modes. The game's just like, you were inside for too long. We deloaded everything. Go to the hotel day before. Yeah, okay, so when I know I have to do yeah, I have to do this quest, like Act 2 in full to unlock the thingy. Yeah, to unlock the reputation stuff. I think it's in 3 parts. It shouldn't be like too bad. But by the like I'm looking at the breakdown of the quest. And it looks like we have another trial. Like nothing, it doesn't say anything like explicitly like clues wise. But it looks like we have something else. We have something else to deal with. Like we have another court case. Ugh. It's not wasted. It's not important. Because this is just an event thing. It's just to give you this an excuse to be like, oh yeah, we can just get this stuff. Go to a mini game. Yeah, where are we time? Yeah, nearly 17.5 hours in. Then okay, we stopped the yawning. And we'll probably go and do some. We'll give it until like 8-ish. Like maybe we'll give it like 20 minutes. We'll give another bath. I'll like get dressed. Another bathroom break. Yeah, like get dressed, have a bathroom break. Do ourselves nothing at tea, and that should hopefully carry us over until finish. I have to have another break. Just fine. Got this. We can do this. Anyone is watching the YouTube for all of this? I'm hoping you've skipped a load of this just to get to this point. You just happen to hear something about YouTube. Because like, good lord, if you're watching all of this, thank you for giving me the watch time. Also, why? Where do you toast? Oh, I kind of want toast, but I don't really want Florence just like hover while I'm like eating. In case of like, oh well, you know, once I'm done, she'll want to leave. I don't really want to like, you know, be one of those like, oh well, it'll just be like a pain to like stream it, do that. Wonder is such a useful character to have. Aramond. Oh, somebody else will care on. It's 2 in one stream. What a coincidence. Mm. Inspiration from Monster. Yeah, like Bennett was incorporating the story of an adventurer I met into the Twilight. I don't see where it's right. In the end, it's just yeah, I know it's you got inspired by Bennett. Like one of the things in the event looks like Bennett. I watched the special program.
The wind rises.
You kind of wish that because the thing is like when you use the skill of the Ryoku points, I kind of wish you had more of that, like more points, so you can travel further. It feels like whenever I've seen it in it feels like whenever anyone else uses it, or like when I've used it in events when they're just like, here's a combat challenge, you can use Wanderer. It always feels like everyone else's Wanderer can fly so much further. Do this, blah blah blah. It's just an event thing, it can't be that important. Oh. Okay, what? Is it finding the event thing? Oh. It's fish at the craft at least. Sounds Revolution, doing charge, agency testing simulation area, and flu war situation area. 3 parts of this quest. Second part is already out. Yeah. Yes, this one's Benny first. The thing is because of these other quests. At least you can't mash the button on the microphone. At least the microphone is picking up. It's what are the 2 days worth of stuff you do. You have the other one. That might be back at Charon. Okey-dokey. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll have a decent amount of wishes to save up at least. Well, not like I don't want to risk the other Benny. Okay, I can be lame. May fortune smile upon you. Yes, we need 2,400 years, then we get a free Bennett. We get this. Promos, we get 100 promos for kind of inside, which is the priority. Talent books for Fontaine characters, the gemmy thingies, some more. Maybe they have like level up stuff, but I guess maybe they're like pretty generous with everything else. Have we fully finished? This week fun for everyone. This I think we have to finish. Don't know if we can do this yet. Although from what I can tell, I don't think Vinny and Lynette are involved in this story segment. Must brush my teeth. But I gave him like a scrub without toothpaste earlier just to kind of get the plaque off because I didn't want to like have tea immediately after brush my teeth. Okay. good at rhythm games. We reloaded the doodad. Oh. Dumbo. Dailies. Because they were in Fontaine, weren't they? No, they were in Blue. Down there. Okay, there's one there. There's a world quest here. The game is just like, hey, there's a world quest. Don't forget about this. I'm just like, yep. No, I'll do this later. Cool. I've already done a couple of the world quests.
Add Astra.
Catherine. Give me the Iver. Please. Now it's 2 hours. Where are we at? 7? Yeah, we're 17 and a half hours.
Too slow.
Jeez. You go just the crafting bench, dude. Oh. Do that. Yeah, we'll go at least for like 19 hours, so like another like hour and a half. We'll do the events now. Go for a bathroom break at around about 18 hours. Do like 1 or 2 more hours of this. Just finish off the next Archon quest. We're what? What then? Like 20 hours? There'll just be like 4 left. So we could probably do like 2 of Warframe, maybe, and then 2 of Plus Plastic. Okay. Game. Yay. Okay. I wish there was like a line, like something to dodge the dead possession. Should better. It's kind of hard to tell with Genshin and its rhythm games if it's supposed to be in time with the music, because sometimes the beats are not time with the music. Like, this feels out of beat. I know I have very little rhythm, but it doesn't feel right. Hey, we missed 1. Cool. Oh, that's just mining one. Yeah, they have side left crab and torrential heavy in charge. In 1,000 enigmatic copper main springs. Which our measure challenge. Make you 3 more wishes. I feel like for our stuff, we should just wait until next month to use our 3 new ones. Our 3 use 3 of our standard wishes. Well, I mean, we're gonna have 5 standard wishes now. Place of blue slimes if during the challenge. Hold the corresponding arrow keys in advance to charge up and release the bump. Okay, so it's just, you know, hold the button. There's no downside to holding them prior. Well, this is from the last event. Like, you're taking the choo-choo car. doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel in time. It feels out of sync. Yeah, well, that's all these done. Here's level 12. Yeah, I guess maybe they're gonna be kind of generous with these. We have okay. I don't think we'd have enough for Bennett on like the first day, but we do. Okay, and it's one of those things. So it just counts how many you've obtained, not how many you have. So we'll just save the rest of those. Yeah. One regular wish. We need to at least right. You need to actually use my agile rhythm. It's just like in my pocket. It's just like thing. I think they should build up a load of money because like we've been using what would mine recently, like leveling up weapons. Yeah, we're probably gonna have a mill. Yeah. Besides, I just feeling like I'm lacking energy. I don't feel like too bad. I definitely think I need like another mug of tea soon. During the efficiency or efficacy testing simulation arena challenge, travelers need to proceed to the designated areas to beat all enemies. Each challenge has 3 different areas occupied by opponents. They roll opponents in each area to complete the challenge. You don't hear, so it's just fight the dude.
outlines your fate. Ring crash. Have fun with this gift. Dare to mess with me?
Behold!
There's more of them.
Following me.
Shake his hand, stir.
Squall Fury. Know your place.
These are happy.
Quit following me.
You think he's up us?
Witness the power of Look at you, Fontaine. Think you can bully me? Too late for regrets.
Behold!
I do like fighting as well. It does feel like bullying. I do not think I'm, do not think this party is like apt enough for, fighting bosses, but this stands pretty solid. Yes, it's 30 each. Like if it's just fighting dudes, think we're pretty okay with this one. Yeah, can we get 5 of those? I don't really need these right now. We need any gems. Yes, you know, resources for later. Oh, I'm not changing the name. Load me daddy. Ooh. I think the PC started to get a little bit like, good lord, why did you do this? Why do you think 24 hours was a good idea? Guess we'll do this while we're here.
Observe! Break a leg! Fuse is lit!
No.
What do we have here?
Hey, let's... Here we go. Barely moved. This one? Cool. Nom. Okay, back. Okay, back up. Come back, please. Okay, it's actually coming back. Oh. Come on. Any day now. Oh, ooh. The voice is starting to get a little bit weak.
New strategy needed.
Me. Alright, the glide was like, no.
Our bond is strong.
Wait a minute, I can just hit these, can't I? Think. Just hit these. But I needed somebody with Hydra in my team. No, I guess we're fine. Learning the things in Fontaine need, okay?
Why is there a chest here?
Fontaine is a wealthy sacrifice. Oh. As is probably this bird. Yep.
We should make the most of these supplies. Let's move out.
Okie dokie. Okay, beauty, sleep. Oh man, go sleep. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. If you happen to be awake in 6 hours and 15 minutes, I will still probably be here. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, honey. For the smooch. I appreciate that.
Our bond is strong.
like I said, we're gonna be here for another 6 hours, 50 minutes. I appreciate anyone who's in chat holding in there with me because, like, oh lord, mistakes have been made.
I hear everything.
Alright, zombie.
Our bond is strong.
Zombie. I think I don't have the camera on because I'm just like jiggling my legs a lot. I can see in the vertical scene that like the camera is stationary. Let's grab these because we're going to be getting Alvia eventually. We'll just grab whatever. Like, I'm not really leveling Lynette right now, so I'm just kind of not bothered about it, you know. Unless I get a Linny, bothered about like, you know, how we're leveling for Lynette. Unless there's some sort of like in that makes her like super busted, that is like, you know, pretty easy to come across. Well, I'm getting distracted by things. Yeah, unless she turns out to be like mega busted. A certain team comp, I will probably not, you know, put in the time to really level her.
Alright, this'll do.
Let's see if we can get enough Hydro Sigils so we can do like 2 levels in the fountain today. So I think we're coming up to like 13 in that. Oh, we just have Child's Vision. Oh. Okay, with 38. I have a feeling we're not going to be given that vision back. Or like we'll be getting it back at some point, or just turn out that he just didn't give us a real one.
Can't see?
Yeah, I feel like the vision he's given us is not real.
Keep up.
So one of the things. Yep. Oh, no.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
Wonky moment. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. What if just this news guy? Go. Okay, I feel like this opens the... These open the chairs. Hmm. Yeah, 'cause, like, as soon as we enter that, now it wants to work.
Smells like something good is inside.
Oh, where? That's already done that. You with man. Sorry. But hitting the rings will be during the challenge, and traveling through these rings will enable your characters to charge forward in certain distance. Make use of turbine rings to efficiently reduce visual obstacles might appear during a challenge. Whatever them will induce punishment or challenge time remaining decrease. Whoop. Good thing that I've already been down here. I wonder if coming down here is a prerequisite. Like doing this multiverse is a prerequisite. Yeah, because these doors down here otherwise aren't open. We haven't done this. We haven't done this first. Whoop. Eat it. It's gonna attack me. Very nice. Level. Angle. Okay, that's one of these. Msha.ke. Okay, we're playing the South kids already. Halfway to the minute. What are we actually saying? We didn't do that. We got distracted. Distracted.
Keep up.
Oh. Go dingo.
Rest and rebuild. Oh, nailed it.
One with the force. I'll uproot you!
Stand with me.
And shroud!
You silly robot.
I hear everything. Keep up.
Allow me. Amanda, help! Lightning, you're up.
One with the force.
No. Yeah, so cool. That first one done. Done both of these for now. Yep. More of these left. There. It's just 1 AM. Oh, 6 hours. You do this one and then you go for a roll, grab, and then make longer break. A longer break, I mean just pretty much just like, yeah, just go to the bathroom, like get dressed, go to the bathroom, eat, that will automatically fall in the water, okay. Even bubbles might appear in the water, and you can relieve spells will enable your cash to charge forward a certain distance. Okay. Don't hit things. Like, hit bubbles good. Spiky things bad. Yeah, so it's definitely intended that I do this one first. Which the second one, which we did last. Here. Yep. And yep. And yep. Wait, she's yep. 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 And we do. Oh yeah. I now have to fight this boss down here now. Because I learned how the shield bubble was. I wasn't using it right. No, when I was using it the other day, I wasn't using it right. How did this work? I don't know. I don't think I can beat the boss. Then it became like very abundantly easy how I actually beat the boss. Yeah. I think it's above water. Yeah, I can't reach this right now. In this. probably be like a thing, be like, oh, I need to interact with the X thing, Y thing. Be like a turbulent thing somewhere. Oh yeah, interact with days. And we'll do it later. Yeah. These for now. Yeah. There's more rocks and mouth. I didn't think about that. I thought you had to like parry it. As opposed to just like holding the barrier. Yeah, I thought you had to parry it. Like never doing this. Come on. It seems this is much easier now that I actually know how the parry works. I know now that I know how it works. Okay, I think I need to be like a little bit further back. Get that timing right. You have to have a mother's meeting around the chess plate. Chess. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's much easier now that I actually know how to reflect that. We go. It's over here. Yeah. Yep. There we go. And yeah. And some over here. I've just been using Ming Wang like a lot of the time just for finding these extra geode locations. I'm sure there's some up here on the shore as well. Yep. Or a bit there. Nothing else new I've learned. So, I think Am I introducing the inside out? I don't know which one this is. We've done 3 of these. There's 4 available. Okay. Dude. Build me to full sense of security. Hmm. And up, and down, and back up. Here. Ooh. I see what's in here with this. What do you think? Hey. It's one more available at the moment. Might be able to get Benny set or the extra Benny. We might be like just short. Oh. Grab as many of these as I can, just so I can at least make one of everything. Although I have the weapon billets for that, or like at least the fountain. Is he one of everything? Start with the last one. We've done. Last one. Yeah. Oh, we're in the last quarter. We can do this. Everyone else has gone sleepy. I mean, good for them. Like, you're here on NA time. Go to bed.
If you press a leaf between dry sheets of paper, you can make an attractive and handy bookmark.
Thanks. I know. I'm aware. I haven't been down here yet. Like, I grabbed the teleport point, but I haven't explored down here. I feel like this is the stuff later. There's a couple bits, but there's like towny areas, like areas of people that I'm just like, this feels like a back later thing. Yeah, this feels like a come back later thing. Like I say, I haven't explored down here yet at all. I've explored some of this, not intentionally. Down here? No, I think I have. Yeah, I've been down here already. Thanks. I think there's a doodad here. Dracula stuff, but okay, 2 of these left. 1 of these. On the border. I know, I think I'm gonna be just shy of the Bennett. You? Here, I can hear people talking, get up in the room. Hoping we can do at least like the treasure compass stuff today, or like, you know, get it, at least get it to a point where we can like start getting our reputation here. Because I want the treasure compass like now. Because the point of it's just like, you know, explore first. Explore first, treasure later.
And shroud. Let's nip that in the bud. Keep up. Keep up.
You come in different flavors.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
Ammo.
Stand with me! And shroud! Who do you think you are? Let's nip that in the bud.
Search chat. Oh, that's the no-no zone. Go that way, bestie. My mom will yell at you. Yeah, we can be just shy. Getting a lot of promos in this. Yeah, we're already 11,000, all at 1,100. I think we're gonna have a decent supply by the next time we do rules first. Might be like another. I think that's gonna be into like 4.1. Yeah, I think like quite easily to like 4.1.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
try zombie. What is that? Oh. Or shell, or whatever you're called. Oh, not close where you're supposed to be.
Let's nip that in the can't see?
Ooh.
I'll uproot you.
Push, please.
One thing after another.
Thank you. Any sort of chain. What? Is that using them specifically for spawn in? Oh. We have money wise. Oh, 120, 1.2 mil. That's pretty good.
Rust and rebuild. Nice. Like this on the star. Our bond is strong.
One with the force.
I should really use it more. It's like, I pretty much use like my Tainari team, I use my Alhaitham team. Like I use Wanderer, I use Mia. I never use Alhaitham anymore. It's very you've outlived your surface. You've outlived your service twink.
One with the force.
Our bond is strong.
I'll uproot you. And shroud.
Stand with me.
How rude, honestly.
One with the force.
Okay,
Let's nip that in the
I'm just
bud.
gonna shock and blast you in the face. Yeah, I wanna go like that way. You know, you just wanna fully explore. Like you, right now you can't. Picking a little bit. Yeah, if I go this way, the game's gonna yell at me. Ooh. Wait. Oh. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna need ones from top. And they think. We don't really need these at least. There's no point leveling. I guess, you know, because we'll see what people all that.
Keep up.
Neat. Swing? Maybe. Go dingo. think I can probably get to a point where we can get like at least a significant amount of our reputation done before when 2 comes out. If they caught up with my reputation everywhere else, I don't have to worry about it. Just focus on Sumeru 1 and Fontaine 1. We need to get the Hydroculus pack or the treasure compass pretty quickly.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
We did the chest. Wasn't getting gas like Gatekeep gave us. Yes, because they were the NSA. They warned. Is yeah. At least mining aircraft feature level 2 on the reputation stuff. Still fly trap on 3. Fontaine merchant discounts on 4. Wind powered generator on 5. Hydroculus resonance zone on 8. The treasure compass on 9. Okay, maybe those are a bit ambitious, I think. We're not getting that many. We're getting like reasonable amount. I think I can probably get to maybe level 5 or 6.
Rebuild! Bonus again!
And shroud!
You guys aren't a threat to me anymore. You know that.
I hear everything. One with the force.
Now, we can't 36 to the abyss, but I can melt basic enemy.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
It's the fountain. Elusive. Hello, honey. How we doing? I'm dying. I'm melting. You can see how many the stream has got on for. I'm just like turning into a puddle of goop. Or yeah, we're at the point where I'm probably gonna. What? Yes. OBS. We're dropping frames like crazy. I'm watching I'm watching the drop frames go up. Hold on. You good now, OBS? You fine? OBS does not like this fountain.
Criteria for certificate exams
That's
are
fine.
straightforward enough. What it really comes down to is whether you are willing to put in the time. If you study and practice, then it's
I'm
really not all that
confused as to why I'm seeing Cave trending and Pac-Man. Wait. I think Kave's broken the game. I think there's something to do with Kave. Hackers are using Kave to delete things in other players' worlds, like puzzles and chests and whatnot. Once they delete it, it's permanently gone from the game world. But for some reason, but like they use Kave's skill to do it. Yeah, it's a good thing I don't do co-op. Yeah, it's a good thing I don't do co-op. Yeah, people using Kave, the blonde string. Hold on, let me. And it loads. Yeah, people using this guy Kave. Like apparently they're doing this, and it just delete like people using hackers using this skill to delete things from people's game worlds permanently. Oof, that feels bad. Find your message.
Where's my
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of funny, I guess, but it also kind of sucks. Like, you know, other people. Oh, I didn't claim my frauds. Yeah, we're level 11. We've nearly got enough of this one. This is a Claymore billet. Which is great because, like, I find, like, billets never drop from the weekly bosses for me. And if they do, they're either bows or pole arms. I don't need those, but it was kind of satisfying being like, oh, hey, like, I knew the fountain was a thing. I don't think I can use this yet. Yeah, you just walk up to it. It's just like, hey, you can use the fountain. I was like, ooh. So it was just like immediately like 10 levels, like straight up. I was like, thank you very much. Like, I know there's a couple of chests floating around. Like, I have a couple of things like Fontaine and like, well, you know, Zuma as well. Like, just completely missed that one. I'm taking a hit right now. Okay, let's go use a little bit of our resin. Think about it. Yeah, hang on. Even the teapot first. Okay. Top plus 8. Teapot or resin. But now it's starting in like a few minutes anyway. Yeah, teapot or resin. Then we'll go for a keeper's break. A keeper's break will free up the socials. Just be like, hey, you know, I have 5-ish hours left. I'm still here and I am dying. Please send help. Or just like throw scalding hot tea on my face. I go splash some water on my face in the bathroom. Okay, I might have enough of these for Lenny now. Where is she? Yeah. Yeah. We can have more. Do one more batch of these. like I'm not super bothered about getting Linny to DT. Like I say, unless a team comes out where she's like giga busted, I am fine kind of like not really putting in the effort to build her. Besides, she doesn't have a thing. She doesn't have a furniture set either. The teapot. Feels weird. Then bringing out like three new characters. None of them have. There isn't like a furniture set for them. The furnishings they released, there was like what, like 2 or 3 furnishings in here. There's a load in the overworld. That's now base level 8. That's fine. Yeah, there's like a few in the overworld. Yeah, we've got, like floating around. I think it's just been like these ones that we've grabbed so far. If there's any more, but I just don't have enough wood for them. Hang on, scrolling to the bottom. Yeah, we've built everything else. I've got every furniture set. Okay, we're missing like 3 of these. What wood is this? Ash wood. Which we've managed to completely avoid. Let's look it up. Where we get it. But I think if we at least get one of them, then we just make it. Trees at the moment are very scarce in Fontaine. When we found surrounding springs, so far there's only one on the map, and it's Central Hellenis. Okay. Okay.
If you ever...
It's fine. We'll grab one. Yeah. Ash trees are at the moment exclusively here. I'm assuming maybe there might be like more hot springs later. Welcome back from the ad break. Good. Yeah. Nope. Come on. Maybe eventually. Just thinking about it. He's an RN. Oh. How am I going to be up the rest of the day after this? Yeah, well, it's like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be up until at least like you know, we finish at 2, then No Man's Sky has Twitch drops from 2 p.m. until 2 p.m. every day for the next 3 days, if you don't include today and yesterday. Yeah, the ash trees are exclusively here for the moment. Kind of sucks, I guess. But I mean, I guess it's Fontaine, Rose. They'll just, you know. There'll be more. Like, at least we can use the replication thing in the teapot, because you know I farm the oats like every couple of days. So I I nearly have like 2,000 magical crystal chunks that I don't need. Yeah, I have like 2,000, like 1,700 of those. I'm not going through them very fast, if at all. Because like I very rarely, you know, use my resin for the weapon stuff, unless I'm like really like short on time. Yeah, unless I'm like really short on time, I don't use them. Like I don't tend to use them, or unless like I used like a few for like the like when I was leveling up the Thundering Pulse. That was just like, no, I want to level up. Okay. Okay, let's turn in my thingy. Let's see how many ads we need. Like, Dracula's we need. Another level. I feel like I'm halfway through a level. No, I've just started. Okay, I don't know if there's enough, like, me more in the world at the moment. No, I think there might be. Maybe there might be shorter than that, because I think it's 85 world at the moment. And I've picked up at least 60 something. To the 7. Okay, 20. Okay, no, you can't get it to level 5 at the moment. 20 for the first level, 22 for the second, 25 for the or like 20 to get to level 2, 22 to get to level 3, 25 to get to level 4, and then 28 to get to level 5, which totals 95 in total. So you can't get to level 5 at the moment, start with 7. Level 4 bust. Which yeah, that feels kind of expected. So I can do the second half first. Yeah, let's okay. At least teleport over. Hopefully this doesn't like suck me into a cutscene, and then we'll off and break. And move. I'll get grabbed in a cutscene. Circuit charge. Emos do we have right now? I was gonna save my star glitter so I could get like one of these weapons, and that didn't happen. Just use some more wishes instead. At least have enough stardust. Pick one's worth of wishes. It's 375. No, it's 75. 150. Yeah, 375 for a month's worth, or like for the 5 for the month. It's more like 750. Yeah, 750. It's just double up. It's just like times by 10. So yeah, we'll have enough for next month to grab those ones. And then like we'll be able to save for the Wolfman whose name I can't pronounce. Yeah, the Wolfman whose name I can't pronounce in YouTube. We'll just save our primers. I want to see them. I want to see them stacked up. Yeah, we're gonna go for a much needed break. So I will be a few minutes. somehow Jepsen returned. Oh Lord. Okay. I feel refreshed. You know, we went to the bathroom, we did the thing. My brain can't process words anymore. I've noticed that my window has apparently been closed all evening. I went into the kitchen, I need to clean it, freezing. It's cold. Not like super cold, but cold enough to notice that it's cold. Yeah, 5 hours left. No, 5 hours left. It, hang on. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to turn the camera on for a bit. Like, I think I'll leave that until like last like 2-ish hours or so. Let me read on the Instagram one. I just read you the Twitter one. Wait, no, I'm back on break now. Unpin. Make a dead here. I need to look into the void, and the void is starting to look back. I'm just like, oh. This is fine. It's fine. She's fine. Okay. Oh. For the last time, maybe today. Why? Okay. 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 Okay.
My latest design's getting there, but there's still room for improvement. Better make my finishing touches before the deadline creeps up.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It's certainly worth celebrating.
True. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
That would be too easy. She this early in the arc.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Okay. Wanted to ask the Hydra Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true.
She hates us.
We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
It would push us downstairs.
So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Thank you.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
No.
That might work, but that
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
Please stop talking about sleep. You know, honey. You know what I'm going through. There's a fucking timer in the corner. It's been counting down since 24 hours. Please stop talking about sleep in front of me.
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Oh, try.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
And the tango.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Jepsen is completely untouched.
Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Great.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fonta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Hi, Queen. Loading Genshin.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
Try walking.
That would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Wow.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Good job, Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Act 2. Okay. Ideally, I'd like to get through all of this today, just so we can do like my requests, my bounties, and application. But if I start to turn into a puddle of gelatin, then I might just be like, no. No, I had a quick slice of fruit loaf while I was in the kitchen. So I was like, no, I don't want to wait for toast. At least the fruit loaf I can eat, you know, just as is. I'm a bit worried that I'm gonna suddenly get thrust into combat. I don't think I should walk around as Carpe. The Carpe team is strong enough. Like, this team is fine for Jincho to have the other sword. Yeah, Jincho can have this sword when he's in this team. shouldn't really have it when he's in the other team as the primary source of healing. What next? I'm trying to get more stuff this. No, I didn't. But the extra money's went in handy. Yeah, like in this team, Jincho is fine to have the finale of the deep, considering he gets Baiju heals.
Rain outlines your...
Oh.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
We.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Megalanuki.
Vache.
The shade of it all. Sorry, I'm...
There might be something nasty in the water.
I feel strong emotions.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Hey,
Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
oh, no, Shred.
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not.
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Lost your form?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Like blue water. Without have been the waters of Dudad.
Going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting, I never knew how heavy it could be.
You need me to find him?
No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor, so let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it would be hard for him to get you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Yes, that means Vache was a witness to the fact that you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything,
Yes, Queen! Yes!
it was a state of neither fear nor frenzy.
No, she's a piss queen.
Peace, like the water's still surface.
What's happening in this game?
I liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
You don't need to talk to me about being a thirsty person. People being new, like, you know, that's not new information. It seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Oh. Alright. I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Well, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Piss Queen. Oh, right, she's a Geoclaymore user. Right. As if we needed any more Geoclaymore users. It's even there's literally like 2.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Orange. Oh, she's on our side. Okay, Electro Sword.
Quick, now's our chance!
Oh, she has a gun. Somebody want to explain what's going on?
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Okay, so Corinne is kind of her retainer.
Eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Lesbians. It's
What
her
else do you
friends.
know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
I wonder
Your performance tonight will almost
who it
certainly
is.
attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me.
Fuck, I forgot I made squash.
To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if If you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
See you later.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Did Navi have to be geoclaim or?
I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness!
Yeah, what
I
happened?
thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
Why were they there?
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Once you're fighting, oh, now we're just gonna think Navi.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
I thought exactly.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Cool, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
DNA
After we parted
tracking.
ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
You mean the... But it tastes strange as well. They can be short of
Fanta
drugged.
only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty?
Drugged.
The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, I'm on, maybe there was Fontaine, otherwise we would have been...
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
we talked to an oceanhead.
That the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to the net, the ability to hear voices like that have to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
Goes against new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
Yeah, here it is. I've written about what happened while you were connected to the
Vache?
ocean in this consciousness.
That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we can try searching for him.
Yes, Thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, partner. By we you mean us two, right?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our
She seems too overeager. I like her character design, but I don't trust her.
We're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will cost them. It's their biggest mistake. Like, you know, Fontaine's whole thing is like, you know, justice system theater.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk
He
too
feels
much.
sus.
Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Sure, Jan. Neither of you have visions. Like, sure, Jan. Where are we going? Oh, this is the underground. I think this might be the underground. I was curious about this.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
My excited and
Keep
obvious.
watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Accommodations, Navia arranged. Yeah, because this isn't obvious at all. Big, you know, the big sewer door. Oh. Alright, so something funny. It's a radish. Okay, that's not very rad. Ish. No, we can ignore that one. I'm tired. Okay. The hashtag sleepy. Whoop. Don't collide with the ladder, just break our legs. Baiju's got nearly 40k health, but he can still break his legs. Yeah, like I've already been out here. I grabbed the teleport point. I was wondering what base was. Like why there are people living in the sewer, like in the sewers, or like, you know, a veritable slum. And a city is kind of like, you know, pristine, Fontaine. I've already got a couple of chests down, and we you know, grab the teleport point. It's this place. Melis. Like, this definitely fits, you know, Navia's kind of like steampunky sort of feel.
imagined.
It's a sewer.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Okay, so
Seems like it's tough times for everyone.
tip to their
But if you
Ko-Fi.
have the support of the people, that does
Or
sound like
mine.
it's worth it.
Wink.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Now he's just selling heat picks.
I'm
The
afraid I'm
funding.
not quite his equal.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
Old age?
I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
That seemed quite odd.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Speaking the truth for the sake of your family. I'm still a bit sus. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Of course. Yeah, Clorind feels guilty.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates the intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's alright. That's kind of important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
I guess. Peaceful night rest under the teenager Azula's protection.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette, a place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
It's not gonna be that easy,
Are
is
you
it?
coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Yeah, that's part one done. Okie dokie. Neuvillette. Hang on. Just make things so much easier for ourselves.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
think I've been in here as well, but there wasn't really anything to note from what I remember. Have I?
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just
I wonder if
to
we're going to get one of these
I can point you
panel
towards
people
the
as a
Unlike some, we're
playable
busy.
character at
So
some point.
please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
They just thought they'd just be like a bit taller than your standard, like, you know,
Shouldn't you
B
remember
model.
us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Yay.
Thanks so much.
That vaguely sound like Alpha 5. Correction, I don't think I've been in here. Been in here. Oh, wait. You bread? Look. Come on, Baiju.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
I don't see a vision from this guy, and I know he's on the next.
Looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
I don't see a vision on this man.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Yeah, I think this man's a I think this man's a Hydro Dragon.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Yes, that's that. So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then.
Tag. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret. No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Well,
it's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
Oof, this got heavy.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Bad bitches roll out. The plot bits up being intense already. I know this is the main thing, but like, good lord.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
Was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
That your people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Go while the idea's still
Great.
fresh.
Let's go then.
There we go. You have any snack? Oh, it's nice you have. Yeesh. Like, how do they spend time building this? Like, honestly. Okay, sometimes those triggers things. I can like that chest over there. But yeah, I haven't been over there. Yeah, I haven't been like in the ship.
What a huge ship!
I feel like there's probably a Hydroculus by the ship.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Joy.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Well, it's on the ship. Yeah, like, I haven't explored this area at all. I think it was another case of came in, grabbed the teleport point, left. Nah. Like, you know, I haven't found any chests dotted around while I haven't even really looked. Yeah, I haven't like, you know, looked around to see if there's a Hydroculus either. Like that icon should just appear from my screen, because I have done that one. Oh, it's marked a thing here. Maybe it's on the surface. Yeah, so it would be here if there was something here. There isn't. Why the Fishing Guild isn't down here instead of where it is? But I guess the Fishing Guild has to be kind of like, you know, easy to access. Which, I mean, this isn't difficult to access. It's just kind of like, you know, in a weird place. Fish? Not even a fishing spot. Nothing. Oh. There we go. I see a Hydroculus. Okay, I knew there was gonna be one around here somewhere. Mhm. Okay. Not climbable. Oh, Jackie.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Yeah, I'm trying. Not sure what that one is. Mark that now. Don't know if I got this one. Yep.
Maloose, we're back.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
The same words. Oh.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
They could have been belonged to someone who got sold.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, It's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
If what father got into an argument with Jacques, it's possible that person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives.
Nobody has a vision, she'll be fine.
To follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
Jacques. Oh, wait a minute. No. Gasp.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Convenient.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No
Because
father
he was always
wants their daughter
sickening. Yes, honey, but...
especially someone as proud as Boss.
Oh.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor
What a
as the
name.
unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
Kicking in the doors doesn't do shit.
Might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think.
The Great Sourdough
One
Rescue.
conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
Wait, Malus is bad.
Awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
It's Malus who's bad. Well, this case record. What if Malus is bad?
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mura and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a
How you
father
feeling, buddy?
so
I am
needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I
sleepy.
didn't know how to face
Sleepy
you.
and kind of sore.
Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift.
I'm very much looking forward to going to bed
Only the full
eventually.
truth could bring closure to you.
How are we doing today, Aaron? How do you
And
sleep?
to all of us.
Yeah, between the lighting
I
and
appreciate the sentiment.
feeling kind of
but you
gross,
don't
it's
have
just
to
like, no,
carry all
we're going
that
for the
guilt.
PNG pro.
On the matter regarding my husband,
All
my
my lighting
daughter
kind
and
of
I have
visuals.
more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me?
You're doing amazing.
I really can't believe that my father could
here.
ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was
Here
earned
and
through
clear
others'
and
suffering.
my sleepiness
He told me
moderate to
countless
severe.
times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr.
We're doing
Callis
Genshin
came
plot
to him with
to,
a proposal,
you know,
he accepted it almost immediately.
pass the time.
He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
And someone ordered Jacques to take a
I
cow
don't know
away?
that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and
Yeah, a lot
after
of this
he
is
passed
devolving
away.
down to gasp.
Even if he
Or like,
finally
you know,
shot
just
and
a
killed my
solid
husband,
gasp or
it's
j'accuse.
likely in self-defense.
With the odd objection.
It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you.
Welcome.
Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You
That's
really think
nice.
so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Yay. More jury duty. It's ready from Jacques' family. Yeah, we've become a lawyer.
I'm fine.
So
Don't worry. Let's investigate
yeah.
the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby.
This has
and
very
we
much
should be
become
able to
Ace
find
Attorney.
Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way. So please don't worry.
Oh, you better.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. He chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
I don't really know what's. Wait until the game actually put the dots together to think about this. Oh, hi. Wait there.
Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes.
Sure.
These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked
Show
by
your
a
hand,
horde of
Navia.
unnumbered Gardamex in the city.
Oh.
So, if you hypothetically wanted to do
Yeah.
something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
You think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Thierry is the person responsible for the official contact between Venedig Rasul and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of Gardamek. Okay, then we have Marcel. He's coming to the current court. He don't know which button pressed. We're going to whatever that was. Oh, swap. Come on, I'll hate them. We're not going diving. This is just Venice, but wetter. I want to wait for the aquabus. I want to investigate this plant pot. Good lord. Let's go. God, this place is going to be a nightmare to explore with the treasure compass. There'll be like, there's going to be like a chest tucked in like the weirdest places. Like the most pain in the ass ones. But they'll just be like, oh yeah, we'll just like tuck a chest like behind this building or something.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
After waiting a while, Marcel arrived in a hurry.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Drama, mama.
Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
You could have snuck a gun in.
It's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Marcel, the leader of the Confrérie of Cabrera, was the organizer of the banquet years prior. The Confrérie and the Spina de Ursula always maintained a close working relationship. His recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy. He's willing to defend Navia. Oh.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected.
But we know one of them, at least one of them, is guilty.
If conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Well, Jacques' motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Run for Jacques. I wouldn't have fired a shot. If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
We guarantee his safety after killing Callus. We guarantee his family's safety after.
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
This third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel has the money.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Maybe it was someone else. There's only one option left.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Who could it be?
I think. Marcel.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone very close to you after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Synth production base.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Oh, great.
What? Is that someone you know?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
A little bit.
How? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up and look for clue.
Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to Erinius. Well, I'll go investigate that place.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Arrhenius, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
Just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Suspect analysis. That's the quest done. Okay, last third. We'll actually do our reputation stuff.
Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh.
In the entrance of headquarters.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Everything in Fontaine is underwater. What the hell is that? Just noticed that tower that is off the map. Yeah, we got some weird things to look forward to. We have that in like over there. Yeah, we've got broken bridges, weird towers. If the fuck that is, someone's art project going wrong. Storm Terror's Tower Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, we have some things to, you know, find. Oh.
Finally found it. Huh.
How are you
This
talking?
is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
I don't want you to stand out.
You're right. An important place like this is
What the
bound to have
you're
a ton
talking
of
underwater,
protective
Paimon.
measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
No one else gets underwater voice lines. You are outside the opera every players. Do we get to be Navia for a minute?
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit,
He
that's
just wants
one
to
of the
fight
most
people.
enticing offers I've ever
Right.
received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Marcel. No. That's wrong.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court.
Yay, more ace attorney.
Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I
Shit and
only ran to
giggles.
the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the
I'm
murder,
the trial.
Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
Objection.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
But we know nothing about this third person, i.e. who they were.
Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Time to strike back. This kind of feels a little bit more like Danganronpa than Ace Attorney, but I've never played. I haven't finished I had Danganronpa on the PS4, never finished it. On controller. Yeah, Danganronpa on the PS4, never finished it. I've only had Light versus Right on the 3DS. Okay, this one's still okay. Testimony from Jacques' family.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Another one? Scene of the crime. Callus's case records, clothing of an unknown person.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
What's the next one? I am using a guide for these ET dubs, so I can't be bothered to figure these out. Primordial seawater.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Yay? Get it. Probably.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory.
Oh.
It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
I don't think she gives a shit.
Question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the
Someone's
answer
gonna believe
is
that.
actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually
He is still
figure
way
out the
too
truth
hot.
of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And
Yay.
once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait,
getting there.
weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callis. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
That's like gatekeep.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not much you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson.
It's like
Do you
gatekeep.
know what the biggest flaw in
Hey,
your
boss.
reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
Well, we got this.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Shell with shoes on.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Lol, sure,
I
Jan.
was waiting for you to say
Sure, Jan. A little while earlier, the ancient citizen production base. Like girl. Girl. Email Hatham. Let's go. Hot Pot Squad. Let's go. The fuck is this? Oh, it's just the thing. I can change my
Mind the side effect.
No, my sword! Rain cutter! By royal decree!
Here you are.
Like this team is very strong. I just never use it.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Yep.
Body and mind.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but
Oh.
Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Crab. Oh, or a cracked wall.
The water level is rising.
Oh.
Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Okay, how many sigils do we have? 21. Okay, we need 9 more in order to actually level count again and get 2 standard wishes. You might save those and just do like a 5 bowl or like a 10 bowl next month, because I don't think I've ever done a 10 bowl on the standard banner or like had 10 standard wishes to actually do a 10 bowl.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Time to rain outlines your fate.
No, that's on B. Okay, never mind it.
Let me leave you a verse.
This is fine. Advice. This place seems very wet for somewhere that makes drops.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Okay, the chest. Don't break any of this ancient pottery. Oh, I remember seeing this from the special program. I thought this bridge was neat. Doesn't have any other purpose other than being like a cool looking bridge, but
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
come on, Dr. Baiju.
Here you are.
We've got this.
The brat.
And you stop, sir. And with the Sumeru Academia, like you're injuring a scholar.
Rain outlines your fate.
Don't you have better things to do?
Quicker.
Oop. So no chest. Okay. Well, it's fine. Oop.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as
This looks like shit.
the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victims.
You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things, these names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Oh, terrible.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Hang on, I'm checking
Navia's
my stream
father.
playback because it's kind of delayed, like the one on my laptop. I'm looking at the one on my laptop and I'm still Navia in the courtroom.
It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
I mean, the third person already exists. You know, it's a writing utensil.
We
Okay,
still
there.
have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil.
This is an investigation report.
Whoa. There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that
And it was like the
probably just
music
contain
said.
the waters of the primordial sea.
So many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink. Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, they definitely proves that they this is where they produce them.
It's super obvious.
What's in? It's going upwards. It's just goopy gel.
Here, and it's full of water.
See the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human.
It's a drug that can kill you.
Incriminating evidence.
Cool. Oh, sorry. Great. Awesome. Yum. I didn't do this one.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her
I'm that
best.
coochie.
It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
If this is more than like a couple lines, then no is the answer. The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called I nearly wrote that vinegar. Vigneau was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Another name here, Vachère.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he's the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these...
Sorry, Vache.
experiments?
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably Vigneau.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Turned her into goop.
No, that's not it either! If that's the case...
Become as cummies and all that. There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Thanks. Shay's experimental record.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
Who really is this Vache?
yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever. Not clever enough. Let's look again.
Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Bottles. Parent table. Hmm.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
Hopefully.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
I'm on. I found it.
Oh, really? Let Paimon see. Vignier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. That's kind of depressing. In a language that doesn't exist in English.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vignier's grown son?
Figured it out. Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
You got the notebook. You're trying to find a piece of key evidence. You race back to the opera Epiclairs.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
As long as we're in Fontaine, I guess.
Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Say you've never heard of Vacher, but he is your father.
But the truth of it, Marcel,
Hey, we talk.
is that you've always been Vacher.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Veneer, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher.
Never mind.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignere's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignere is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Rip.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
Yes, yes it is.
Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve!
Oh.
Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
Rude much.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. Her promise. We made a promise. Vignere. Vignere! Please, Vignere. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Right.
By me, I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
I forgot you were here.
Please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances
I
case.
dead ass forgot Child was here.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth.
A Loreen song?
Accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope. He came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Mr. Vacher
I feel so sorry for the VAs who have to say that.
Guards, take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We
Ow.
really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
I mean, this is something that she, you know, is supposed to. Oh.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Feels
Since
too
it's
cut
been
and
such a
dry.
great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me,
See you
Please wait
later.
just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Never mind.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case.
It is tough
The
to
guilty
be
party has
harbinger.
been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
Oh, do you have to say the
Mr.
full name every
Tartaglia
time?
is guilty.
Excuse?
Hey,
Guilty of
hey!
what?
That's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
What's going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the
Stop
final
saying the
verdict
full
of the
name, my
court.
dude.
We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Well, he can't exactly fight back because we still have his vision. Oh, but it's a cutscene, so he's gonna fight back. Oh, he still has
So
this
this
delusion.
is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Oh, he's going Super Saiyan. Oh.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Yeah, I still don't see a vision. He is not telling the truth as to what he is.
What's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court.
Just call it the Oratrice. You don't have to say
All I
the
do
full
is
name every
follow
time.
court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Chief Justice doesn't know. He has no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
If it's just a coin toss.
My dearest citizens. Did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
Damage control.
Tell me, you thought even I had been blindsided by the oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However,
Gaslight
given
gatekeep.
the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir.
She is literally gaslight gatekeep.
And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence.
Everyone knows you're talking shit, first of all.
Not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict.
How does our Orsino end up involved in this?
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
Sure, Jan.
Chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
Not even remotely.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to put the River of Wanderer.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Right. Good lord. Okay. Keep the up house. Oh yeah. There's the map. It took so long my resin's fully recharged. Good gravy. Okay, let's finish this. Let's go quickly shove our resin down the toilet. And then maybe do one of our requests, or like do the request, just see kind of what they are for Fontaine.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
Sorry, I'm just feeding one of my pods. It was around the Fountain of Lucine. Something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. So they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Yeah, some Nouvelette, I think, is the Hydro Dragon
Very well.
that they were talking about earlier.
I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What? Bring that cell to the Phantom Plaza. Is he gonna get gorped? I feel like there's probably still someone above Marcel that is gonna make him disappear. Actually, see.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then I drank water from the primordial sea with my sensitivity to the hydro element. Well, it's a good thing he drank that earlier.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Right for the wig.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
She went right for the wig.
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Right for the wig.
Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine.
I'm orangey.
The only one
Let's just say really, he was orangey.
is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing
Right, the jug yellow.
not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
It looks like I did meet Vignier back there, back in either. I want to be to Lord Marcella here from the beginning.
Vignier! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Vache.
I think we made a mistake. Later, the gods find the culprit. Several disappears of the young. How was I supposed to read that? He drowned. Give me more time to read several days later than it did like 3 sentences.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. God,
In the pouring rain.
it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Something stressful anyway, though.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him.
Things turned out as well as they could
I didn't
have.
give up on the case all those years ago.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature.
Good.
So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Nice.
Now that's another thing to look for.
Oh, and in other news,
Out of order.
I
I'll
also
sort
took
it.
Clarande
I'll sort
out
it in a
for
minute.
meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
They've run out of liquids.
While you were
Tea.
investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarande wasn't
It'd be
actually a bad
A
person.
conversation with Nouvellette,
Good to have
and
more
we're done
friends.
with the Archon quest for
Anyway,
this patch.
now that
Please.
the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah.
It already
you're
looks
right.
dark.
It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Really outside in the rain. Umbrellas not exist in the land of Genshin.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be.
It's Nouvellette, isn't it?
Isn't that Nouvellette?
Yeah.
Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come
Like,
to
the
Poisson?
look of this dude. Even just like, you know, the hair things.
I've been
It's
turning
giving
the question
dragon.
over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway?
The fact he has no
There was
vision.
once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe
The
humans
fact
were
he's talking about
capable of
humans if he
resisting the most
isn't one.
basic instinct of living things, that they could rebel against their
There's
own
clinical, and then
nature, consider
there's
certain things
different
to be more
species.
important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man
I
would
feel like
never
Neuvillette
throw
is either
away his life like
Polam
that.
or
That there was
Catalyst.
nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day.
Like,
Mr.
my
Callus
dude,
made the choice he
even
did for his daughter, for his associates,
even Venti and Zhongli
for
have
many
fake,
people completely
you know, fake visions.
and in the end,
Oh,
from a
that.
certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Kick him down already.
Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Following Navia and Neuvillette, you pay respects to Callus. So long that it became morning?
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Wow, she took it seriously.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Sure, why not?
Mind the side
Hang on.
effects.
Just need to make sure I'm topped up.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Giving
Please
end
feel
of
free.
into
Though
visit to
outsiders,
country.
you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
You know anything about
Your sibling?
Lumine?
Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like?
I'm still partially convinced that this is a simulation. None of this is real. Or like the Aether and Lumine, the brother and the sister, alternate scripts because we as Aether are retracing the steps that Lumine has taken through to that. So I am, part of me is just like, so why did Lumine take the journey? Like, part of me thinks that it's a case of like we keep retracing each other's steps in trying to kind of figure out what happened, and that somebody is just like, you know, like, because we were in the samsara, we were in the dream, like, you know, countless loops, like in Sumeru. I feel like none of this is quite real.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but
Especially considering the sister
Truthfully, that name is already quite
is from here.
I can only surmise that Vache
We are
and his
not.
ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface.
Well, yes, just in
discovered must have been
Conria.
some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
I read that as ramen for a second.
That's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd...
I mean, there's still 2 whole patches worth of questions.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
So 4.1 and
I
4.2.
still believe the judgment of the
3 more
Orchard
guaranteed
was not
acts.
rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I
Right.
am prepared for a situation like
An
this.
AI justice machine. That can't go wrong at all.
So when Lenny told
Perfectly
us that
designed.
he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
There's only 1 question left, and I can't not ask it.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I have no more questions. Oh, I have no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
Trial.
All right, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Stopped like 20 minutes ago. There's light rain falls without reason. Woo, we've done all the pot stuff that we can do. And we got a thingy for Hydro Traveler. We're currently have set as Hydro Traveler, but I don't think he's very good. But I have yet to really make use of him. Boo.
The doctor will see you now.
Yeah, and that's another free wish. I will take that. Thank you very much. Need that in for you. Okay. What most do we have? Should we just do a cheeky 10 poll? If we have enough promos. Let's have a look. No, we're... What, like 22 promos short? Ugh. Oh. Boop, doop. Yeah, let's see what reputation stuff we can do. Because we can unlock that now. And hey, we passed 22 hours. Yay. Oh shit, it was this way. Woo. Okay, only 2 hours left. Yeah. No, not reading this. I know this is for the reputation stuff because yeah. I've only done 28%. Jeez. But I've done a lot more. I've only done, well, I mean, I guess there's not really a lot of Fontaine here right now. Well, we need to see if we can at least get another 90%. You know what the submissions do. Yay. Okay.
A good newspaper should be a light.
Okay, what quests have I done? And story prologue, Aqua's Tide Marks. Okay, we currently have automatic forging, another Horizon Adventure. Okay, I saw that in the list. Okay, on this way. Catherine, what you got for me? Okay, well, that was easy. It's very worth it. Oh yeah, hang on. Yeah, okay, no new ones. No. Same old ones. Oh yeah, but I can now do commissions here. So those to Fontaine for the moment, because we might unlock something through those. Cause sometimes there are instances where the daily commissions will unlock quests, but it's kind of, it feels a bit random sometimes. You have a quest for me. I'm not reading this. Small trade secrets. They say totally understanding. What's conversations about? Yeah, I don't have the camera on because I'm just like smiling at the smiling and nodding at the camera like I totally understand. Semi-automatic forging. Okay. Well, who made? Yeah, I need some more stuff to drop. So we don't have the claymore of this. No, this is the sword. Yeah, we don't have the claymore. We don't have the catalyst. We don't have the catalyst for Sumeru either. We have the polearm. I've got the Sanzhongli at the moment, and I have the. We have the sword. And we have the bow. I guess let's go up here and grab this quest. I'm aware of a couple of quests that are around the map. White glove. That doesn't sound very cash money. Lenny, okay, you're Lenny and Lynette. White glove is a weird name. Oh, you want to ask about Virgil? Oh yeah, the diver. Yeah, I've already done that quest. Let's go. Yeah, we can at least like grab the quest. Okay, it's a world quest as well. Then we can grab this one. It's over here. Yeah, I know there's a couple of quests like dotted around the map that we can grab. Just like rush our way through. God, it feels it's looking at OBS and seeing live 2207 is very like, oh God, what have I done? Where's the pump? Hey Celestia. Yeah, why aren't aeromites all the way here? It looks like you're bothering a second, lady. A lot of money. Yeah, they're called a melazine. Didn't remember what they were called. Sorry, what were the options? Fight or something else? No. Sorry, Dr. Fleischer doesn't fight people. He heals people with violence.
A process of elimination. A bitter pill to swallow.
No, go away. I was trying to do like the bare minimum. You good. Oh yeah, we have some other places we can explore. We haven't been to these guys' home. Memory. Okay. And the Melazines. Okay. We pick up the paintings up. Yeah, they were just they just wanted to buy art. You know, let people pay for the arts. The government doesn't, so somebody's got to. I mean, I need renown. I need to see enough of Fontaine. Hang on, I might actually look up where the Fontaine quests are, so I can streamline this. Like, what we need 90 reputation. Yeah, we need 90 reputation for us to actually do the, get to level 2 so we can do the requests and the bounties. What is it, copying chest? We've done the berry pop stuff. Fontaine commissions, yeah, we got that. Inside, no, we don't need those. The and quest, we've done those. Ancient colors, haven't done any of those. Fontaine world quest, okay. At least the time seems to be going pretty quick. Need another, what, like hour and 45? Jeez. Is this the colors quest? Is this the colors quest? Russia, ancient colors. Okie dokie. Whoop. Okay, so that's down there, Marussia village. We haven't been here yet. There is that one with the person's garden who will rip my dick off if I step on her plant. I want to say it is not there. I want to say it's here. I'm pretty sure there's a quest involved in it. Okay, it's just that. The ancient color stuff, blah
I
blah.
created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
Pretty sure it's this way. Oh, okay, we've done that. Oh yeah, we need to actually use our present, don't we? So we're full. Unlock a new thing? No. The Delph. Prince and Princess. You? The thingy's dad. Oh, you're looking for your dogs. Come on, my dude. It doesn't, like, I just want to get to... I just want to get my reputation up so we can... I can start working on those wings. No, sooner we do that, sooner I then don't have to worry about it. I really need to work on Team Eula more, because pretty much since we got Wanderer, I was just like, cool. You know, we've rolled for, like, Eula was the main person we were rolling for in 3.8. Like, to the point where we skipped on Kazuha, Eula. Like, even though we had a guarantee we could have gotten Kazuha, but we were just like, no, actually, we're not gonna. Like, we're not going to. And then we didn't. Then we were just like, no, actually, we're getting Eula instead. Yeah, so Eula is now the old hotness. It's just like, no, it's all about Wanderer. I keep calling Wanderer, even though I named my Wanderer Endymion after the Prince of the Earth from Sailor Moon, because I am that fruity. Hashtag just fruit things. Hey, can you guys move that way, please? Well, this is like the fucking goat herding from me. Yeah, this is like the fucking goat herding from Twilight Princess all over again. Okay, well, you're not gonna do anything, so work. Yeah, we'll just steal this dog's food, and then the dog will return home. Yes, yes, be hungry. No, that way. That way.
Rain outlines your fate.
Mind. Brought your dogs back. Give me that money. I saw that shining. Wait, you're not slick. You two enjoy some rag out. Nice if you must be once so nonetheless wiping your fatigue away. I'd like some wiping of my fatigue. Oh. Well, we're about Disney movie away from the end of the stream. Boo hoo. On a flowery field of grass. Oh, yeah, I'll take that extra mouse. I think that's the amount we need. Do we do a 10 pull for Yelan? And we finished all of that. I think we should. I think we should just do a cheeky 10 pull. The Yelan. Okay. And it's covering the face. You can't see what we're getting. Like pity's like 39, so I'm not expecting anything good. Okay, like at least Farazan con. No, a Lynette con. I don't need any Farazan cons. Farazan is C6. Okay, I did just see the stream delay, so I can see that I didn't get a 5-star. Ugh. Hey, it's pity towards thingy. Yeah, 'cause where are we at? That was. Hey, I'm glad that we've had no Bennett's. But my Lynette, I think, is like C4 now. No, I think C3. So 5 and 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 39. Okay, so we're at 49 pity towards what we end up pulling for next. Probably Ryoth in the next patch. Oh no, she's C4 already. Jeez. Like, I already have more Lynette cons than I have like what, like Noelle cons. Noelle is like literally one of the first people you get in the game. Jeez. Okay, there's that done as well. There's, you know, there's another resin. That. Oop. Get in. We get in. Yeah, we're not pulling on Zhongli because I don't really need Zhongli cons. I think I saw that it's either the strength of his barrier is increased. No, I don't think there's a barrier strength increase. I think there's like he can do a second pillar. Like with one of these. Yeah. Yeah, so you can with his skill you can have a second pillar up. Planet V4, bronze and extra shield. So I could see why C2 Zhongli would be handy. Pillar leveling or like pillar level increase. Planet V4's AoE increase and the petrification lasts longer. Planet V4's level increase. Jade Shield takes damage. 40% of that incoming damage is converted to HP for the current character. This is a single okay, so Zhongli essentially becomes a healer kind of C6. Yeah, Zhongli's got some pretty good cons, but like you know, I'm very much a variety is the spice of life kind of person. I would rather have more characters. Yeah, I would rather have more characters than better characters. See more story prologue. Where is that? See more story prologue. Oh, okay. It's part of the Ancient Colors World Quest Guide. Where it's so easy. Ancient Colors Act 1. Okay, so this is like do all the Ancient Colors stuff. Echoes of the Ancient World. I'm guessing that's relating to the Ancient Colors stuff. Go to Marusa Village. Yeah, all three of Ancient Colors. Okay, so Ancient Colors seems to be like the thingy. What are the strange parts for anyway? I've picked up a few of these. Strange parts from World Quest given by Melazines will live in Marusia Village. Okay, so there's 2 after completing. Yeah. How to use strange part. Collect 4 strange parts from Melazines and the other World Quest in Fontaine or to advance the World Quest chain. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Fishing game. Okay. All of these are in Marusia Village. These. Okay, yeah, because like Pumpkin Soup one is, the Seymour thing is, Strange Stone Chronicle. Another one in Marusia Village. Another one where I have to complete all of the Ancient Colors quests. The Lone Phantom Sail. Good lord, they really just shoved all these into the village, didn't they? A truly mouth-watering... Oh, this one isn't. One of a 2-part quest. Okay. Fountain flows again. Okay. Um. Hmm. Okay, the fountain flows again. Seems like a pretty easy one. Yeah, we just go over here. We approach the fountain. Then we talk to an NPC, and the NPC is just like, "Hey, give me some stuff." And then we fix the fountain, and then they're just like, "Cool." And then it's done. I feel like I'm going to be in like, I feel more awake now, which is bad. Because I feel like I'm gonna get to the point, like, you know when you're tired, like awake for like X amount of time, and then you're just like, oh, I'm like, you kind of push past the point of sleepiness, and then um, it feels like this, like your brain just starts to turn to mush, and then it's just like, oh, hey, actually, you kind of forget you're sleepy. You kind of forget you're sleepy, and then it hits you all at once, and it's just like, oh no. I feel like I'm gonna be fine for a hot minute, and then it's just gonna hit me. It's just gonna slap me across the face, and it's gonna be like, oh boy. Danger lurks everywhere in Fontaine. Hang on, let me check this on the. Oh no, the list wasn't the. Where is she? Danger lurks everywhere in Fontaine. This quest seems exceptionally short.
I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
Yeah, let's go this way though, because there's the quest is the other quest is this way.
Wind rises.
Yeah, somewhere this way. Oh, here we go. Oily sailor. This could be riveting text, but I know this quest is about fixing a fountain, so I'm not super interested. Yeah, thank you for, sticking with me for this long, because like, good lord, if I was just like, if I didn't have like people like popping into Ubisoft and just like give me a poke and be like, "Oi, you still alive?" I would have probably just like collapsed by now. I would have probably like quit, just like stopped, because I did. There were definitely a couple of points where I was thinking like, "Oh, do I cut it short, like an hour or like a couple hours, and like cut it at like 16 hours or so?" But like, no, we've kept up with it. My arm is starting to feel a little bit weird though. Like my left arm is feeling a little bit like, oh, pressing buttons, Jep. Just go have a lie down. Yeah, I can definitely see it's just like, oh yeah, once we finish stream, I'm probably just gonna have a lie down. I might, for safety, just like pull up the Warframe stream. Like just pull up Warframe's YouTube channel, Just be like, right, okay, I will you know, just leave it open. Yeah, those are those. What's this? Seaphone and Crimson. That's the that's the ancient ancient stuff.
Too slow.
Okay, Fontaine message. Let's see where how long that is as well. Fontaine message. If these are like short and snappy quests. Oh yeah, no, this is just going back to. I know this area. I've been here before. Okay, so that one's pretty. Fontaine message is pretty short. Down and flows again. It seems pretty short. Danger lurks everywhere in Fontaine seems pretty short. This might just be like the extra, well, like 60% I need. Although I should probably have a look at the list because like not every, I think not every world quest correlates to, you know, Fontaine reputation. Oh. You fix the fountain? Nearly. But every time the screen fades to black, I can see that my screen is smudged. There's like a big smudge in the middle of it. It's just like, oh. I need to look and see kind of how I properly clean my monitor because I don't know. Like I saw one that's just like I have like a microfiber sponge that I use. I get that a bit wet. I kind of like wipe the screen, like you know, I wipe the screen with it. And then I have like an old scarf. There's like a really gentle kind of material that I use to kind of buff it out. I'm just like I don't know otherwise how to like I'm just like, do I just get 2 microfiber cloths and then just like be like, right, one wet, one dry? It's like I know for Windows, like as in like actual physical Windows, it's just like, right, okay, like no, you do your soapy water and then you use newspaper because the newspaper doesn't leave any residue. Yeah, the newspaper doesn't leave any residue. Yeah, well, we can do Looney's one now as well. So like that one's kind of ideal for me. Oh, you got one or E. Hello, NK. I remember if you were in stream earlier, like you've been up for so long that I can't. That my brain is starting to turn to jelly. Like I'm forgetting things that happened at the start of stream. Yeah, we got like this is why I'm certain we're losing on X5050. We got Eula. And then, like, I got Eula at 78. I think I got Klee at 38. And then I got Wanderer at 55. And we're currently at 49. Because platforming puzzles are too hard. Yeah, I was just like going into Fontaine. I was just like, no, I want the character with aerial movement. Because otherwise we have Volhatham, we have Kuching, and I guess we have Zhongli, and that's it. We have nobody else for vertical movement. It's like we don't have Venti, and we don't, and like I didn't pull for Kazuha because I got to 77 with Kazu on Kazuha's banner. I was like, no, we'll wait for you. But like they announced 3.8 banners as Eula, Klee, Wander, and Kokomi, and I was like, right, okay, we're waiting for Kazuha. Where's my wish counter? Yeah, because I need to resync this on Paimon.moe because we're now at 49. We have Lynette at C4. Apparently in the top 9% of people that use Paimon.moe who have done wishes, but I'm in the bottom 48% for luckiness on 5 stars. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 14 5 stars I've pulled on the character banner I've had to hit pity for. Yeah, Baiju was 21, Dia was 30. Dia we got instead of Ganyu. Lee was 38, and Wanda was 54. Okay. So yeah, like I've seen that Ayato and Sino have potentially been leaked as the banners for 4.1 alongside Nuvalet and Ryo, however you pronounce his last name, like however you pronounce his name. So I'm probably gonna pull for Ayato. Just because I think he'd be good in like a Nihida team. Yeah, how's your Saturday, MK? My arm is starting to feel a bit weird. We've been up for like, well, I woke up at 8 AM yesterday. It's now nearly 1 PM. So I've been up like 29 hours. Your arm lacks stamina, disappointed in you. No, it's just like, it feels weird at the joint. Well, like my mother has a trapped nerve that might be chronic, like in her arm or like something, to kind of like give her a trapped nerve sensation. And I think I might have the same thing. Like I think I might have like a similar thing, because like my arm will just feel sore. Oh, down there. Well, I also kind of wish the Wanderer had more stamina, Uwu. Because, like, I mean, like, the time in the air doesn't feel very long, especially if you're moving. If you're stationary and you're just attacking, it feels like it lasts, like, a decent amount of time. But when it comes to, like, vertical movement or horizontal movement, it doesn't feel, like, very far. But I mean, it's not, like, too bad. Like, you know, most of the time it's just like, oh yeah, if, like, I can use it for verticality of the puzzle, and even then it comes off cooldown, you know, fast enough. By the time you hit the ground, there's like a 5-second cooldown. And it's faster than just running.
Quit following me.
Yeah, so it's just like, it's not like too basic, you know, it's pretty handy. Yeah, we're just doing, we finished both the Archon quests. Yeah, we've done I think we did the like first quest of Act 1 the other day, and I was just exhausted, so it's like, no, okay. I spent the entire time yawning, so it's like, no, right, we'll put this off. Yeah, we just end up doing both, or like the rest of Act 1 and then the entirety of Act 2 today. We're just kind of like rushing our way through a load of the world quests that I won't care about anyway, just to get our reputation up, because I haven't done my requests for this week. I haven't done any of my bounties. I was like, right, okay, we'll save them for Fontaine. Yeah. Yeah, we'll save them for Fontaine, just so we can do the majority of them now. Oh. Yeah, just so we can do the majority of them now, or like for here, because we've maxed them out everywhere else. We don't need to do them in Sumeru, Inazuma, Mondstadt, or Leeway. Like I caught up like decently fast. Yeah, so we still have to do them. Like it's just like right, okay, we can focus on doing them in Fontaine. We need 2 more. Ugh. Well, a certain notice, a certain trifle, and a certain stamp. I'm assuming a certain notice is first, because it'd be weird if it was trifle and then stamp. Considering they're not, they're not alphabetical. Certain notice. Alice Mamona. Complete Act 2 of the Fontaine Archon quest. This will be available on the Court of Fontaine afterwards. Teleport to the Court of Fontaine statue. Okay. Yeah, I just have a guide open. To be like, right, how can I get through all these quests as fast as possible? Or like, which quest do I need to do in order to do progress? I don't think it's who I need to talk to. Do something else? Where are we going? Oh, okay. This guy's in the Palais. Yeah, we might go for like a final bathroom break in a minute. Just to kind of like stretch. Make sure I'm not gonna drop dead. At least I fill up my water, because both my water bottle and my cup are both empty. I'm also out of tea. Where are you? Need quests. Oh. There you are. Yeah, I think after I finish this, I might do some toast. Yeah, I think I'll probably do some toast. Yeah, I'll oh, what else? Yeah, I'll probably put the Warframe stream on later, just as a caution. I'll put No Man's Sky went on so I can be grinding for those. Because Twitch doesn't let you grind for like have 2 different Twitch drops open for 2 different things. If there's like drops for if there's like multiple drops for a game, it'll let you do those. Like if there's like 2 different sets of ones. Let you do both of those at the same time. Yeah, so like Naraka Blade Point, I was like lurking the drops for that the other day. And there were like 2 different drops of campaigns going on, but because they're both the same game, it would like let you do both those at once. But yeah, so that one's fine. But yeah, it wouldn't let me do like No Man's Sky and Warframe at the same time. So, like at least like mostly grind out mostly kind of like look for the No Man's Sky ones. The reset at 2. Yeah, so in like just over an hour. And then the Warframe ones will kick in at what, 5:30, and you only need to watch like 3 hours of No Man's Sky a day. So it looks like I should be able to get like that, like the No Man's Sky one in their entirety before the Warframe ones activate. This is where somebody's going to be like, oh my god, this writing was really good. Why do you button mash your way through it? And it's just like, been awake now. I've streamed nearly 23 hours. I am a bit hungry. I am feel a bit gross. And my arm feels weird. So like, chill. I just want to do these so I can get my reputation up. And then once I've done that, I can. Yeah, once I've got the reputation up, I can. You know, I can. Once I've done that, it's just like cool. I can just like move on to, the next thing. You know, I can just like, you know, I can start doing my requests, I can start doing my bounties. So I can hopefully be like level 5 or level 6, depending on how much it needs, by the time 4.1 drops. Because, you know, 4.2 has been out for like, I think it's 2 weeks on Tuesday. Yeah, 4.0 is 2 weeks on Tuesday. We've done 8 hours today. I think we did 4 or 5 the other day. Let me have a look. Oh god, I'm becoming that person where I've got like 1 billion tabs open because they're all Genshin quests. I'm sorry, computer. I'm gonna have to open one more tab. Just I want to see how much Genshin we streamed the other day. Oh yeah, we did 5 hours on patch day. Did an hour and 40. What was it on like Wednesday? Yeah, like an hour and 40 on Wednesday, and then I think like 8 hours by the time we finish today. Yeah, I think by the time we finish today, it'll be like 8 hours of Genshin. Which is fine. Like, I was thinking of doing like 8 hours 14. But, like, I'm kind of glad I did 8 hours of Genshin instead, because I think this is easier for me to like switch my head off, brain off, and at least I can use the controller. Because I'm holding up the controller so people can see it, but I don't have the camera on like anymore. Like we had on earlier. Because it's just like a bit more of a pain in the ass. You know, the lighting is just like not my favorite. Like I would rather, especially if it's like, you know, my window is east facing, so it just means the lighting looks mega dull. Like, you know, I've got side lighting. Like I would just have to completely like shut my blinds and then just go back to the lamp light. Yeah, talk to you, and then you need to talk to Estelle, the blacksmith, and then she's just like something with a keycap. Yeah, we'll button mesh our way through this. We'll go for a bathroom break. We'll do our final hour. We'll do our last hour, and then I will crawl into a pit. I should have worn my flower crown today. Hey, do I stream on Sunday still? I don't know. To do? So what streams we have for the rest of the month? Yeah, we'd have Sunday, Monday. Oh god, Wednesday. That's it. We'll probably skip Sunday. We'll do Monday and Wednesday, especially as Aaron streaming Palea on Sunday. Yeah, Aaron's streaming Palea on Sunday, so I'll probably just be like, hey, you know, day swap. I did like, you know, 14 hours on Saturday for streaming. Aaron can have my Sunday. We say that as if we, you know, we work shifts. I just finish streaming. I just like go into my bathroom and I just throw up. How funny would that be? How utterly hilarious. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't. Ugh. Like, I don't feel unwell. I just feel like my body is just like, girl, get some sleep. Oh. On controller. Don't fight me now. Imagine the PC's probably going to be like, thank Christ, thank the Lord, with like, you know, is the singer Lord with a T or with an E on the end? I want to say T. Yeah, just be like, thank the Lord with a T. They've turned the PC off. I concur. No, I'm probably keeping the PC on for the Twitch drops. I might do that with the laptop because the laptop actually wants to do that. We should message Bombuzz. Oh no, Buzz. About like the PC thing, because we had the thing the other day and they were like talking to me about it in Twitter. About like, you know, the keys or like my tabs showing up like white and just like not loading web pages, and then now they're fine. You really need these keycaps. You just really want, like, you know, a neon escape key for the thingy. Yeah, let me have a look. Is there one of these that makes the Kukuroku points last longer? No, it's Jade Claim Flower, isn't it? Okay, if I'm affected by Hydro, I get 20 more points. Pyro, my damage is increased by 30%. Fire, my crit rate is increased by 20%. And then normal charge attacks, hitting opponents, 0.8% energy will be restored every 2 seconds, or like 0.2 seconds. Like, I feel like I need to put like Kokomi in this party instead, because like when I'm a Jinjo, I use that. You know, we switched to Wanderer. You don't get the Ryoku points for, like, I don't get the Hydro thing on my flower. I feel like I need to put Kokomi or like Barb in, or somebody else that has like a Hydro AoE that's a wider radius. Because yeah, it just doesn't work with Jincho. And I feel like if I had like Barb's Aura, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that one for a while. Yeah, I feel like if I had Barb's Aura, or even like Kokomi's thing, or even Mona, like a placeable Hydro object on the map, like it would actually, somebody's mowing the lawn, or somebody's mowing some grass somewhere. I can hear it and I can feel it in my eyes. Oh god. Not only am I going to be tired, somebody's inflicting heat or like, you know, itchy eyes on me as well. Please tell me I've done enough of these. To now we can actually do the bounties and the reputation, so I don't have to do any more quests for a minute. What's this? Oh, yeah, this is the portable updraft. This is the portable venti skill. The Fontaine card backer. Yeah, I'm gonna see if we can at least get the Hydroculus thing pretty quick, or like, you know, before like at least like 4.2 comes out. Like, you know, the glider, sure, we'll get that eventually. I would quite like the Hydroculus detector, because that's gonna make my life so much easier. Invulnerable to danger damage, extra pole arm damage though. Okay. Yeah, hang on. How much do I need for another level? It's like 500? Okay, this one's 500. Each one of these is, okay, 300. 300 a week. These are 40 a week, so that's 120. So that's 420. Nice. We can get per week. So we'll probably be getting like a level like every other week. I think it works out at a level in the thing like every other week. And it's not gonna be like too far behind. Considering what we would have missed like the first week. So as long as we actually remember to do these, we'll be getting it. And the fact we'll be getting like the odd sorts of extra quests, the exploration stuff as well. I think there's something like no, that's if we've done 20% of Fontaine, what 81, 64, 77. We've probably this is probably a total of 40% of Fontaine. Considering most of this is underwater as well, and there's like been a few instances where I've like looked at a chest and be like, I'll come back later. Just kind of like fix my spine. Okay. These right. Here. At least we have a load of shmoney as well. And we have some extra blueprints. We can do that make and things in the teapot. Or like craft 10 furniture in the teapot thing. What are you yelling at me about? Daily check-in, the thing that I've been doing for literally over a year now. Yeah, we're gonna go for our last bathroom break. She's like, I need to stretch, I need some more water. I'll be right back.